Welcome to Go Kaiju Show, where we have a healthy obsession with kaiju. We're also the longest running kaiju podcast ever, and we are the greatest kaiju podcast ever. I am your co-host, Kent, and with me is your other co-host,
Jason. How's it going, everyone? And Merry Christmas.
Long time.
And a happy Kaijupalooza.
That's right, Kaijupalooza. And we are here doing our year-end episode, which usually means we're here all day. So, so what we're doing this year is we're going to do 3 commentaries of 3 movies that have anniversaries this year. The first one we're actually going to do is Spacegodzilla, which is celebrating its 30th anniversary this year. Hard to believe. And then we're not sure what we're going to do next after this. We'll discuss it here when the movie here is done in a while. But then we're also going to do Mechagodzilla, which is celebrating its 50th. And then we're going to do GHIDORAH the Three-Headed Monster, which is celebrating its 60th anniversary. So before we begin, Jason, is there anything that you would like to do for housekeeping?
Yeah, just want to say if you see a subscribe button above or down below wherever you're watching us from, make sure to hit that subscribe button as well. Smash the like button. And we also have audio versions of our podcast on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and anywhere else. So if you haven't subscribed to us at those platforms, make sure you do. And as well as give us a 5-star rating on there. Do it or else.
We might have a segment where we read 5-star reviews of our podcasts.
Whenever that's going to be, it's probably not going to be ever. Never.
Yeah. But you can get your name mentioned on the show. Maybe win some prizes.
Yeah, and at least it's not going to be a couple of years ago where we were just nonstop talking to where I was pretty much, my voice is hoarse towards the end for our year end a couple of years ago. And then as far as last year, I was the only one just doing a little over an hour because someone had to be sick.
I had pneumonia, dude. Like, I had a legitimate reason. Yeah.
So at least we're not going to be doing too much talking like what we have ever since we started doing the year end episode, which is typically our longest episode of the year.
So sit back, relax, and prepare to be entertained
for like the next 6 hours or
no, it's gonna be longer than that. I'm sitting probably at least 7, maybe even pushing 8. So
because what we're doing right now is going to be the longest.
Yes,
the 3, because Kent said that we should just do this, get this out of the way first.
You want to do the longest one first, because if we get tired later, we got 2 shorter films ahead of us. So let's get the longer one while we have more energy. And that way we're not as out of it later.
Loopy.
All right. So what we are watching is we're watching the Blu-ray Sony version of Spacegodzilla that was released, I don't know, a decade or so ago. And so
or is it a decade ago?
That's the one we're doing. So if you have not joined us in the commentary before, I will count down from 3. I will go 3, 2, 1, go. When I say go, you hit play, select whatever the button is on whichever device you're using to start the movie playing. So I am like just at the beginning of the Toho logo.
Oh, let me hit the play movie thing here. Because gotta go through all that warning gobbledygook.
Gotta tell me, quit pirating stuff.
Blah 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 blah. Who cares?
Well, the federal government does. And Interpol.
Okay. I'm at the 2-second mark here where that logo is cropping up.
All right. Here, let me double check. I'm exactly right at 2 seconds as well. All right. So you ready?
I am ready.
All right. So here we go. Spacegodzilla. Godzilla vs. Spacegodzilla, more specifically. 3, 2, 1, go. So this was a movie that we found out through Fangoria.
The one magazine I bought.
Yeah. And
from Walden
was
Books.
Like going nuts over the prospects of this movie. for a number of years because that's how Jason is.
Well, because of that magazine or issue of the magazine, and then that was right around the time the it was a couple of years into the Godzilla King of the Monsters Trendmasters toy line, but then I think it was a couple of years after that they brought out the Godzilla Wars toy line.
It was like 95, like
95, 96, somewhere around there.
King of the Monsters came out in 94.
I thought it was 93 or 92.
No. It was like early 94. And then, like a year and a half, 2 years later was the Godzilla Wars line. And then Jason had a favorite kaiju for the longest time. And Space Godzilla.
Well, because he looked cool at the time. I mean, nothing can go wrong with that.
This is a movie that I really believe is a little underappreciated. It seems like this is glossed over a lot of times. Space Godzilla himself is pretty popular, I would say, amongst the fans, but not so much the film.
Yeah. And the one thing, too, when it comes to Ghidorah, even though they're coming off of Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2 with Mechagodzilla being the strongest, one having all that like armor reflecting Godzilla's heat ray and all that stuff. And then you get
diamond armor, I think it was.
Yeah. But then you get Ghidorah, which for whatever reason, they just really made him weak, like absolutely weak.
Well, and I think we'll hear something maybe early on in this film where they claim, anyways, that this is supposed to be stronger and better than Mechagodzilla.
But how did that turn out?
Well, see, here's the thing, though, too. We have to understand that Space Godzilla is uber. So, I don't know if it's like if we had Ghidorah fighting Godzilla, might be a different situation, perhaps, but we'll never know.
Oh, we should know.
Talk to Toho.
Well, in the next couple of years, I'll travel over there and go to Toho and
ask
someone there,
like as hard as you can on their door. I got something to tell you.
Can I get some answers to this and that?
Seriously, I will die if I never find out. Do you want that on your conscience?
I'm going to go on a hunger strike.
And they'll be like, good luck with that. Because Toho does not care except about the dollar. I have to say this, and I think you and I talked about this years ago when we first saw this film. I hate Mickey's hairstyle in this movie. I really do.
When we first saw her character, like through Biolana, when we got that VHS movie back in the mid to late 90s there, it's like we were just saying, it's like she just kind of seems odd and weird in a way.
She's a weirdo, and then we found out she's a continuing character throughout the rest of the era. We're like, okay,
or just like, okay.
And then we get here and we start picking nits about her hairstyle.
But then after so many years later, we just got used to her character.
Yeah. I find it interesting that they incorporate Fairy Mothra, but really Fairy Mothra does nothing. I mean, sure, it informs Miki of the arrival of Space Godzilla, but she would have found out anyways because, well, it's Space Godzilla.
But then without the Fairy Mothra, we would probably wouldn't have gotten the whole Mothra trilogy. more or less you.
We covered those on here, didn't we? Like, I know we discussed them. I can't remember if we did commentaries on those.
I think we probably gonna have to go back. Amazing. I'm not sure. Let me go on to YouTube here. I think it would have to be something that was pretty recent.
I think it's
several years ago, recent.
In the last 3 to 4 years. Like, it could have been something we did over COVID.
Let's see. Masra. So we did a 60th anniversary discussion for our Kaiju Fest. And then commentary on Mothra vs. Godzilla. And then 92 for episode 125. That was 5 years ago.
Wait for me.
Stray Monster 2000. I don't even think we've done any of those because I'm not seeing anything cropping up when doing a search in our channel.
Document.
Well.
Nope, we haven't.
I could have sworn that we did once.
I thought maybe we did, but yeah, I remember we discussed them.
It doesn't even look like we did any discussion on those either.
Oh, we didn't?
Yeah, because like I said, I tried looking up on our YouTube channel. I didn't see anything.
Let me bring up this old tentative schedule here. This tentative schedule that's like 6 years old. Well, according to this, they aren't on there, but that doesn't mean... I could have swore we did do them. Anyways... Yuki hates everything, including Little Godzilla here.
I hate life. I hate me.
Looks at a mirror and he has to punch it.
or like he looks at himself in the mirror and just punches the mirror.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Ugly bitch.
What a pansy little fucker.
Is that you being Yuki or?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's just looking at himself.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Little Godzilla.
No.
A lot of people have issues with like the Godzilla offspring. I never really have.
Maybe just with the appearance, like it just seems too kiddish, but I mean, I can understand because trying to get kids into the theater and everything, but it's like, oh, it's just not realistic.
By the way, how's like the volume on my end coming through, like from the TV?
Let me mute mine here for a moment. It's not that bad.
We'll see. Now we're entering a louder part.
You maybe turn it down a notch or two.
How about that?
I can't really hear it.
I mean, it's not a loud segment either. I got it down to 7.
I mean, at that point, it's like, really can't hear much. Boy, there's some flimsy spaceship.
Well, again, I mean, look, most of these Heisei movies aren't gems, and I wrote a very long article. In fact, it's almost going on 10 years ago now since I wrote it. It was in defense of the Heisei era. And I have to admit, I'm kind of hypocritical because I don't watch a ton of the Heisei era myself. If I do, I normally will watch like Return of Godzilla or Godzilla versus Biollante. The other ones I watch here and there. But the Heisei era, look, I understand it doesn't have the charm that the Showa era has. I get that. But the Heisei era, and I don't know if it's nostalgia or what, but as time continues to go on and I continue to kind of look back at some of these movies, it's like, okay, yeah, like some of the charm of the Showa era is gone, but these have kind of their own charm. Unlike most of the Showa era, which, yeah, there is some continuity in the first like 5 or 6 films. This one is basically one continuum. You have a character like Mickey that is the through line, starting with Biollante. And then you have some other characters like Gondo here, the sister of Colonel Gondo from Biollante, who's another through line with kind of that lineage. But then also hearkening back to other moments within the Heisei era from other characters, even though you may not have a character like more characters, I should say, like Mickey going through the entire Heisei era. They're always talking about like, hey, like Biollante. Well, in fact, they did. They will be talking about Biollante here in a moment. And then we saw Mothra earlier. They'll talk about Mothra again a little later in terms of how they think Spacegodzilla was formed.
And then through Morg era with the continuation of Mechagodzilla as Mecha King Ghidorah, because a lot of that technology for Mechagodzilla came through Mecha King Ghidorah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All I see is rocks.
There are many devices. Hermit crabs.
Their nature's secret weapon.
You will not believe it, but the hermit crabs are the most deadliest creature on this planet. Even more powerful than Godzilla.
When all goes to shit, that's when the hermit crabs time is to rise.
Yeah. Oh, dude, we got a new like story idea here. Like an R-rated, like have hermit crabs like load up with machine guns and RPGs and stuff like that. We got a new version of the Expendables.
Machine guns, Apache helicopters.
That is very unique how he did that, though. If you keep props. I find it interesting, though, that they're sitting there watching him. It's like you do realize you don't have to sit there and watch him, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with wanting to be clean.
Like you can just read a book.
Yeah, or go dig another hole in the sand.
Play a Game Boy.
Yeah, like they're going to take a Game Boy.
You may never know.
This guy, I don't know if it's the same character. I don't believe he does, but I think he's in just about every Heisei era movie as well. He usually plays some top brass within the self-defense force.
Oh, no, and I think he was in the Showa era too.
Really?
Some of the movies, I think so.
Well, and then actually, General Aso is another character that pops up in most of these Heisei era films as well.
And then the Tachibana guy and his other sidekick.
Tachibana.
You know, the guy who plays as Tachibana in the Kamen Rider. It's like he's.
Yeah, he was in, I think, only Ghidorah and Mothra. Those were the only two movies he showed up in.
I think he was in a little bit more than just those two. I think Kinji, he was in at least a couple of these, I think, right?
He's in this one. I want to say no. I think this might have been his only one for the Heisei era.
It's like Mickey's the only one that's standing out of all the five.
Guys, it has like a hatred of orange, and he just like goes subconsciously berserk and starts swinging punches and accidentally. I mean, you're wearing orange. You're standing out on this podcast. At least
try to be at least a little bit festive for this time of year. It's like last year I had the Godzilla one on.
I noticed on this one, I don't know if you'd be able to see much on your end. There's no person on the ship.
I can't really see.
There is nobody on the ship. So that's a whoopsie in making this shirt.
Well, you should contact whoever made the shirt and then tell them, it's like, hey, there's no one running the boat here.
You know what? When you go to Japan, contact Toho. This shirt is wrong. There were 3 guys on the boat. No, 4. There were 4 guys on the boat.
I'll make a note. Is there any other complaints I should forward to Toho?
I have a suggestion. When you talk to them, you need to sound like a nerd. You know something.
Well, I got the glasses. So there's
you got to talk like a nerd.
Every time I see Kaiju Sahara in this, it just makes me seem like he's just a kid in a candy store. With his expressions.
Everyone's got to have their toys.
Yeah.
So, like, what is like some of your thoughts? Because, like, we were talking earlier, this was kind of your peanut butter jelly jam for a while. Like, this was a movie you were anticipating greatly and all that. So,
I thought it was all right. It just felt a little too long when we first watched it. It's like when we looked at the time, it was like, holy shit. Because I think at the time when this came out, it was the longest Godzilla movie ever. And it just felt like it just kind of kept on going and going. And like, when is this going to end?
Yeah. Your thoughts changed on it at all over the years?
A little bit. But I mean, obviously, as time goes on, some things don't age well, but
like you.
And you.
No,
with the double chin and all.
I'm working on it. What are you talking about?
I don't know.
What are you talking about, double chin? Look at your double chin.
Don't be such a pansy about double chins.
It's so funny this month. I've been trying to like lose a bunch of weight, but then, had in-laws and, they bring a lot of goodies and stuff. And I'm thinking to myself, oh, great. All the hard work I've been trying to do for the last month or so.
Well, when it comes to this, the whole span of a month, starting with Thanksgiving and then on through New Year's Eve and day, it's like, why even bother?
Right. It's like I'm gonna look like a slob anyways. I might as well stop.
And as well when it comes to state fair.
I think state fair food may be worse for you than like Thanksgiving.
Well, obviously.
Everything deep fried. Anyways.
And ice cream.
I need to go a little test that monster.
I always think of like my cats during like some of these sequences because little Godzilla to me, in terms of like his facial look and a few of his mannerisms, kind of comes off cat-like to me.
Yeah. Maybe that's the goal that they were trying to go for.
Oh, by the way, have you thought more about wanting the DVD I got of Demolition Man?
Oh, I guess.
You want it? Okay. I put it in the storage room in the giveaway thing, so I'll just have to remember to pull that out.
Every time I see that guy nod.
This guy is a wiry SOB. Like he just, like not only is he just odd in kind of his like physical movements, he's just an oddball, period.
Maybe he was just an oddball his entire life.
And his parents are like, dude, you got to be an actor. You're going to be a terrific villain. Maybe you'll accidentally get shot on set or something.
I wonder how many movies that guy has actually been in.
Well,
Yeah.
Godzilla, the trademark Akira Fukube.
May want to turn that down just a notch more.
What about that?
I can't pay much attention because I've got my audio up on my end.
That's the thing. Like this segment, I could like segments like this I could turn down, but then when you get like some of the quieter scenes.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Oh no, is he dead?
Wait, what? Really?
I think he's dead. He died on September 19th, 2020.
Wow.
He's a year younger than Mom.
Did not realize that as far as his age, but then also that was a little over 4 years ago since he passed. But what about his filmography? Was he in anything else?
Up here. So, I mean, he's been in according to IMDb, approximately 120 films, including some films where he did voice work.
Good.
At the moment, I'm not seeing anything that stands out to me.
Why don't you forward it to me to see if I can see anything that might stand out?
Some of these look like anime of sorts.
Well, obviously, if he's doing voice acting. Yeah, let's see here. Rurouni Kenshin. Oh, really? The live action version. Yeah, because Rurouni Kenshin, that was a manga that turned into an anime. That was back in 2012. High and Low, the movie 3. Could that be like a continuation of the High and Low movie from I forget who's starting that one. But I got the black and white version of that. But yeah, apparently he was born just kind of in the same month as our mom. Just about exactly a year apart. Huh. Oh, that kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, like that's going to help out.
Well, it's tear gas. It's not going to like burn his eyes, at least.
But at least inhaling it.
He's okay. One of the things I really wish they would have done more as the Heisei series went on was to make the Godzilla heads blink. They only blink during close-ups. Just that little action, I think, would have helped to have sold like Godzilla a little bit more when he was on screen.
Probably guessing there's so much that they can add into the head of the suit.
But see, the thing is like Kaneko and his crew were able to do it with the Gamras in the Heisei. And they did it with Godzilla in Return of Godzilla. I think they may have even done it in Biollante as well.
And then, too, it could possibly be as far as budget with what they have.
We'll make Godzilla stare. We'll just give him a giant bottle of Clearasil eye drops. Wait, is it? Wait a minute. Clearasil doesn't do eye drops, do they? That's a skin thing, isn't it? Oh, no. This is not good. Yeah, it's a face wash.
Yeah, we'll just put some facial wash in your eyes.
I meant clear eyes. Yeah, don't put Clearasil in your eyes. Maybe
that's the reason why his eyes look yellow and red.
Yeah.
It's all burned.
I took your advice. Yeah, because his eyes, I think, get oranger and redder, like with each film, starting with Ghidorah. He keeps the continuous use of Clearasil in his eyes.
Like, I don't know why it stings, but I just keep reminding myself to wash my eyes with Clearasil.
I trusted you.
But I don't know why I keep doing it.
That the Godzilla suit, sort of as the Heisei series goes on, it almost seems as if kind of from the neck down gets wider or larger.
I guess I just haven't paid much attention to that. Funny if he accidentally hits the trigger and then hits one of them.
It goes off.
Or one of the ass. It's like
the infamous asteroid belt scene. This isn't as terrible as people claim it is. I mean, sure, yeah, you can tell they're foam, but in a lot of these Heisei movies, I would argue, starting with King Ghidorah, there's a lot when you look at it doesn't look real at all.
well, and just like in some of the Showa
right
movies and TV shows.
Yeah. But you better not criticize those. Those are
oh god, no, you'd be crucified.
Everyone's childhood is planted in the Showa era. But then when people become adults, their loss of imagination comes more into play.
Yeah. How did that guy?
I remember you and I laughed at that like the first time. Oh, I was trying to do a screen print of that.
Good thing I stopped.
See, like, I thought these guys would have been lost in space because they lose one of their jets. And we don't really hear anything about them until later when it's just magically they made their way back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because reasons. Just seems like he just likes using that little doohickey thing.
He doesn't seem to care about what he did to Mickey.
Like, I care more about the machine.
The machine must not fail.
Yeah, just not after that question without even answering.
I was just thinking, I'm like, he didn't get an answer.
It's like he's just standing there waiting. Be funny, he's like, slap her. He's like, I'm waiting for your damn answer.
He smacks the other guy too. What is it? He picks him up by the shoulders and starts shaking him where their head's like,
and then he sucker punches the guy. It's like, I want my answer, damn it.
He points the gun at the guy. He's like, talk. And then, like, the movie begins to be about him.
And then, for whatever reason, just spirals into Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah.
For no reason whatsoever.
Headstrong will take you on.
Oh, jeez.
That's something that's 20 years old.
Like, I recently heard that song maybe a handful of months ago.
I discovered it like 2 or 3 weeks ago on my own like music library. I was going through like, I'm like, what's some of the music I have in here that I haven't listened to in years? I'm like, oh my gosh, like some of the music. I'm like, it was very early 2000s.
It was the same with me and the iTunes. It's like it'll still carry over my entire library over whenever I update or buy new Apple computers. Like, it'll still carry over all the stuff that I had on my iTunes. Even some of the movies I put on iTunes as well. It's like, holy shit.
The early 2000s were a very unique time for music.
Oh, yeah. Early mid 2000s, somewhere around there.
Really? No.
Oh, excuse me.
What?
Oh, yeah, like small bullets are going to hurt guys.
Well, Yuki's got that blood coagulant. That theoretically could work. For a second, I thought we were going to a commercial break and got so dark. I'm like, wait a minute.
Brought to you by Hisamitsu. I was watching a lot of I was watching the Christmas edition of the Japanese commercials yesterday. It's like, some of these are just so cool to see, like, and how they do things.
I can only imagine.
Sometimes they can be a little bit wacky, but well, I'll have to send you a link on this year's edition as far as Japanese commercials. Oh, I'm going to do it.
I dig Spacegodzilla's look. I mean, this thing is imposing, menacing.
And it's also got some reminiscence of Biollante, mainly kind of around the mouth area.
I was just about to say, like, out of the theories that they propose, I am more apt to believe the Biollante cells reaching into space and going through and making the monster. I will say Spacegodzilla, when it comes to the Heisei era, this and Destroyer are the more unique designs. Biollante was pretty good too. Obviously, they're all new monsters for that time, so of course. But
yeah,
but even then, I would argue those three kaiju designs rival quite a few of even the Showa era and even Millennium era kaiju.
Mm-hmm.
This always gets me though. Like especially as I get older, I'm like, hey man, you don't be picking on like kids.
Hey, that's my cat. Oh wait, that's little cat. But it looks like my cat.
I've always been one of those people, like, you mess with my pets, I will not hesitate to kill you. Like that is one instance in which it's like, I will commit murder. I mean, even Godzilla and Spacegodzilla sort of have like a feline look in their facial features.
A little bit, yeah.
Takayuki Hattori's score here, I've never been a huge fan of this. It's fine, but I think it, as far as the Godzilla movies he scored, I think it's his worst.
I would say the only one that I enjoy from this Spacegodzilla score, I think it was called Crystal, and I think it was the longest one out of the entire Spacegodzilla track. I think it went over maybe around 5.5 minutes.
Where in the movie does it play?
I think it was kind of towards the end, kind of when pretty much the battle's over and all that.
Oh, it's the happy music?
Something like that. I think so, yeah.
I heard some of it earlier in this film.
I think they split up in certain areas in the editing phase.
I love how Spacegodzilla like can just kind of like jump up, so to speak, and get his crystal thing going to where he can hover.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to know more as far as like how that works. Like those crystals obviously must have something in it to give them the ability to hover or levitate or something.
Wires.
Yes, Jason, that's how they actually did it to make the movie. Gosh.
I'm just making sure that you didn't start getting dumb on me here.
Become one of those fans.
Yeah.
Everything I see is real. Like this right here's a documentary. Did you know that?
Oh, I saw a little bit of wires there.
Well, see, here's the thing. I was going to say this earlier because when Godzilla came up to shore, there was like, well, even right here, there's a multi-screen thing going on where you got action in the foreground being superimposed on what's going on in the background, separate footage. Mm-hmm. The unfortunate thing about high definition in these older films, it doesn't matter whether it's Godzilla or even like the Rocky films. When you and I talked about those like 8 years ago, when you high def older films, I think a lot of times that does more of a disservice to those films than anything else. But then I understand too, a lot of people say when a lot of films are high def, they go through this very quick process rather than frame by frame. So I don't know if you do it frame by frame, it would look better perhaps. But even then, I think the best thing you could do for films that were not filmed in high def would be to just simply clean them. Don't mess with turning them into high def. Just clean them up, make sure they're as sharp as you can get, take out all the artifacts visually and audio and just clean them up. Like, I think that's the best you could do for these older films.
I was like, sometimes it kind of leaves some of the graininess in there. And I know with Toho many years back during the Showa era, they filmed a lot of those in the Toho scope. So kind of like really wide version,
like their version of widescreen.
Yeah, but it's like with a lot of the TVs and theaters and stuff, sometimes like it wasn't able to properly display those correctly until like Blu-rays and 4Ks. Like when you see some of those, they seem a hell of a lot better when viewed that way, and they seem to be a little bit more cleaner that way.
Yeah. But that's the thing that gets me. Like all these companies are like, hey, get it in high def. It's like, well, it's sort of in high def, but it's not pure high def.
Well, and like when it came to the Lord of the Rings trilogy, when that was released on the 4K, like, I don't know if you've heard a little bit about some of the complaints from people and stuff that when they did some of the conversions and stuff over the 4K, when viewing it, it felt like some of it seemed a bit too smooth for it to where it's like some of the areas kind of seemed to blend in.
Oh, really?
Not like crisp looking.
Huh.
Fine.
I think I've only seen that trilogy 2 or 3 times.
I think the last time I watched that was back at my last place.
Those movies, especially if you get the director's versions, I mean, you're talking about spending, 10, 11 hours?
Or, well, the extended cut, yeah.
Right.
Which is the one that I got when they released that on the Blu-ray some years back.
Yeah, what was it? I think last year. Was that last year, earlier this year? Grabbed the Blu-ray versions of that. Grabbed the Blu-ray versions of the extended trilogy of Hobbit. I thought there was one other like Lord of the Rings type. I don't know, maybe not. Are white holes even a thing in space? White holes in space.
I think it's just a theory.
Yeah, you're right. It says white hole in space is a theoretical cosmic object that is considered the opposite of a black hole. Well, no, duh, because it's called a white hole, meaning it would expel matter and energy outward instead of pulling it in with an event horizon. Oh, talk about a very gory film that only allows things to escape from it. While predicted by Einstein's theory of general relativity, no evidence exists to suggest white holes actually exist in our universe, making them purely hypothetical.
You could say it's like an extreme wormhole sort of thing.
But when you think about it, here we go. We're not even talking about Godzilla again.
Sort of. It's just kind of getting on the whole space topic here.
But it's sort of like, okay, like the Big Bang. Like, didn't they sort of say that was on some level proven here like a few years ago?
Well, I think there's
on some level it was proven.
Well, the one thing I kind of been hearing is that it seems like that I think the whole theory seems like that we're much older compared to what we've originally been, because they were saying like 13 point something, but then I think now they're saying kind of now around 20 or so billion.
Wow.
Yeah.
But it sort of makes sense because something had to happen at some point. And then it sort of makes sense because if you got a black hole, that stuff's got to go somewhere, right? Like it's
maybe
not
to another universe.
But see, there's only one universe. Now we're getting really goofy.
Just
what we're talking about dimensions, even like it's got to go somewhere.
Well, there's also like multi-universe theories and stuff too.
Like, here we go. Like it could be. We're gonna dive into Carl Sagan territory here. Like, but it's got to go somewhere, right? Which means it, regardless of whether it goes into another part of the universe or another dimension or like a multiverse thing, it's got to like eventually go somewhere, right? Which means, again, there should be this white hole thing. It's like a pipe. You put water in one area and then the water comes out the other end. So it's got to go somewhere. Anyways, I'm going to be like,
yeah, let's just get back to the movie here.
We're going to be like, now, wait a minute. This is going to turn into like Carl Sagan light. Where's Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Yeah, no.
You're right, Kent. It needs to go somewhere.
Settle down.
Oh, I just thought of something awful.
Oh no.
I'll type it in the chat.
Yeah, I can see why.
When we first saw this, I think maybe even another time or two after the first viewing, this always confused me. Like what was happening here in this segment. I'm like, yeah, they're being kidnapped, but how does this happen? A part of it, though, was the fact that I wasn't paying attention.
At first, I thought it was maybe Yuki just being an ass and just ripping the tin open. He's like, what? It's like, what are you doing? I just felt like slicing your tin open with my knife.
He just went nuts.
It's like being on the island for whatever, how long. I mean, it makes sense for finally losing his marbles.
The more appropriate title, Godzilla versus Space Godzilla. Yuki goes berserk.
Yuki goes psycho. Boy, what have you been doing all night there, dude?
Just thought of an awful thing. Like, what if all of a sudden she just like immediately got sucked into the helicopter propeller, like got sucked up? She just starts talking, all of a sudden, whoa! I'm stupid.
Of course you are. What else is new? Hard to believe we're about halfway through on this movie.
Are you serious?
I am serious.
Time flies when you're not talking about it.
Or at least having fun.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's like we're barely talking about this. We're talking about white holes and like where space junk has to go if it goes into a place.
Oh, we've been talking quite a bit of a handful with the movie, but we kind of went off a tangent there.
This happens every time though. Like the movies bring up some and then we go off on a tangent for a while. We're like, okay, now we got to get back to the movie. We talk about the movie for like 3 minutes and then we go off on another tangent.
I mean, we've done commentaries for like what, 12 years? So it's nothing new.
So is this guy here, because obviously he's in the Japanese mafia, but is he one of the bosses or is he like some lower tier dude working for, I mean, we never find out. Obviously,
I would just assume he's just a bit lower tiered. He's just asking for their money to kind of do some of his thing.
For as long as this movie is and for as much character work that this film does, it's too bad that they didn't spend a little bit more time diving into that aspect, because using Project T, having the Japanese mafia control Godzilla, that is kind of an interesting subplot. Because holding like the country ransom, otherwise they'll sick Godzilla onto it.
Because like for as long as Godzilla's been around, I don't even think they've really done much as far as the Yakuza aspect. Well,
and this is the first time that they've really done any sort of storyline where they try to control his movements, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Or control him in any way.
Yeah.
So the closest thing you could come to was with Monster Zero, but that was the Zillions doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I guess Destroy All Monsters as well. But again, aliens.
Like, I don't know how anybody would expect to win anything with those claw machines.
Yeah.
Because, like, all of the walking videos I see in Japan and stuff, they'll at least have, like, the 3-prong ones now that I see most of the time there.
That was some bad super imposing there. Like, Space Godzilla was transparent there as he went by Tokyo Tower. I never noticed that before.
You mean Sapporo Tower?
Is it?
It's either Sapporo or Nagoya. I'm surprised that Nagoya had kind of their own TV tower. Trying to see what that says there. I can't really tell. It's like he's a bit constipated there.
I used to know how to create GIFs with the camera on my phone. That would be a cool GIF to make.
Yeah. They can make GIFs on Photoshop.
Well, I don't have Photoshop.
Yeah, I think there should be a way online where you can just make GIFs.
I buy my GIFs. I don't make them. But
I made a funny dad joke.
Dad joke. Well, I am a dad. You should hear some of Michelle's jokes. I call them mom jokes.
That's how.
Dude, quit wasting your bullets. And also, you would think that it would, like, all the bullets would just easily go through that couch.
Not in this movie, because we need our heroes to live. But our heroes are dead eyes when it comes to aiming. It's unfortunate, too, that this pseudo love story between these two is never further explored going into Destroya.
Yeah.
It's just,
like it was
it's
just
there, and then once the movie's done, it's done.
It's like it just got completely ignored.
Right. Just like a lot of things in this era.
Although it's like from this movie to the other, you get different directors. And then it's like, just kind of depends on the story that they bring up.
Jeez Louise.
It's like, you'll live. Kind of reminds me of the Exilians from Monster Zero.
Sort of. He's got Mr. Freeze glasses on. The actor's not even in that sequence there.
I will find him.
Test your might.
That's a completely different movie. I was thinking of. Although this movie is right around that year when this came
Just
out.
about.
Are you sure about that?
No.
Yes.
Good. Up. One. Back. Right. Up. Three. Walk up. Back. Then. You got.
And hope I don't see your face again.
Yes. You got. Yeah. Long. You go.
It's like this is the first time in Morgira, and it just seems like they knew where everything was.
Yeah. Well, again, it's a Godzilla movie.
I just had balloons just popping out on my screen from nowhere. At least they'll be covered up anyway, so no one's not.
Oh, well. Excuse me. It truly does not feel like we are this far into the film.
And we're just a little over halfway. Pretty much got 44 more minutes left.
Well, I was going to say, like, we should be, like 40 some odd more minutes left, despite the fact that, you know, they're setting up the conclusion. I like the sound effects they have for the guns there, because typically it's always it sounds so pathetic, but I'm like, no, that sounds like actual military grade being fired off. You know something's fake when it goes. Empty.
Fanta, don't you wanna Fanta?
I will say though, this anthem is pretty good. Boom, 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 boom.
Oh, that's a bit obvious. Okay.
Then Yuki. It's like the drugs kicked in.
It's like I so knew what he was doing. It's like, damn it. It's a theme park with the roller coaster still operating.
Yeah.
Get back on board now. What? Here. Why do you tell me? You're not here with Pop.
I'm the one piloting, so that makes you my puppet.
Watch me stick my hand up your ass and control you. Yuki's been so stone-faced throughout like this entire segment.
What else is new?
That boy is here's the light. That. He stuck it on.
I bet that suit actor had to be very careful not to be like swinging stuff around and getting too close to that tower.
Yeah.
Because they're probably like, look, we only have one shot at this and we cannot rebuild it. So you need to be mindful of where you're going to be stepping and swinging. And
It's like it took half our budget just to make this Fukuoka tower.
Wait, what? What?
Yes way. Yep, seeing some more strains there.
I do like this version of Mogura more than the Showa era, though.
Oh yeah. Just kind of makes it look more complex. It looks stylish in a way.
Stylish.
Oh, there's a sale going on there.
Better get in on that, Jason.
Yeah, probably all that stuff got crushed.
Well, and you're 30 years too late, too.
Yeah. I was too young. Was 8 at the time.
You had some money.
Maybe like a couple bucks from allowances.
Back in our day, you actually could buy a package of like 5 sticks of bubble gum for 50 cents.
Yeah, Big League Chew. And those candy cigarettes.
Oh, man. Those were awful now that you think about it. It's like, hey, kids, smoking is cool and tasty. It's like sugar. Except
this is what smoking tastes like. And you can also eat it too.
Gumdrops and lollipops.
Fruit by the foot.
Gushers.
And the Flintstone push-ups.
I will say, though, I think this final battle is probably the best the Heisei era had.
Well,
not only because of its
obviously,
length, but just, I mean, Spacegodzilla is so badass. And then I think the next closest one is Mechagodzilla. Yes, Remington. Yeah, see, like with this Blu-ray stuff, you can see the seams a little bit more.
They did a little bit of an oopsie there with the editing. With Godzilla, instead of using his roar, they used Spacegodzilla's roar.
Oh, I guess I didn't even realize that. I've been watching this movie for, 24 years?
After all this time, you finally knew.
Wait a minute, what it... I think on the back of their helmets, I thought it looked like there was MG2 on the back.
Probably for more gyro.
We don't expect 5, 3, 2. It's a bomb.
We need to be those kinds of nerds that like goes through each movie frame by frame, looking and documenting stuff and be like, you know something, at the 1 hour, 10 minute, 30-second mark.
There is actually a Facebook page that's dedicated to doing frame by frame of each Godzilla movie.
Oh boy.
It's like I'll post like image number out of total amount of images per movie. Yeah.
Dude, like, like for a movie that's like an hour 20, if you're going to take your time and like,
or about an hour 50 for this movie,
you like for an hour, 20-minute movie to go frame by frame, you're looking at probably spending several days on that. I mean, I've done some crazy things to waste time in my life, but I wouldn't go that crazy. Like that's a new level of crazy.
Yeah, I was like, when I first came across it years back, I was like, what the heck? It's like, seriously, going frame by frame of each movie?
So
like, that's going to take a long time.
There's this podcast I occasionally listen to. I think it's called like Last Action Heroes, where it's about movies that like Stallone, Schwarzenegger, Van Damme, Seagal, you know, like the typical 80s, 90s action actors are in. What they do, and I kid you not, and I even have a DC movies podcast that does this. They will watch 3 minutes of a film and then turn that into a podcast. Then in the next episode, watch the next 3 minutes and turn that into a podcast, and on and on and on until they're done with the film.
Maybe we should do that as like maybe one of the segments. Just watch 3 minutes of one of the movies and just talk about it for like a half hour.
If we do that, those episodes are like no more than 10 minutes long.
Well, like I was saying, just do a segment of it and maybe do like talk about it for a half hour.
The coloring was off here. I didn't like the way Godzilla looked at the screen.
Boy, this visual effects just didn't age well. I can clearly see the matte screening on this one.
Well, I think it's the Blu-ray. Because in standard def, the stuff I think looks better.
I wasn't talking about this movie. I was just going off.
I thought you were going.
You think?
No.
Don't be dumb.
What?
Don't go stupid on me now. It's like
the guy's going, he's destroying the crystal objects. Yuki's kind of like,
I
no,
was,
duh.
I was just doing his expressions like, the fuck you talking?
He's like, yeah, you think? Just they need to put that Yuki facial expression back in. This guy is talking about the obvious. Oh man, this is painful.
Dude, these are going to be our memes for our posts. These got to be our memes, like multifaceted memes.
Funny.
Like the Mr. Obvious memes.
Captain Obvious.
Yeah.
I miss those commercials.
I get away from that ass hat.
That facial expression by Yuki was so funny.
And with Koichi Kitagawa being so fascinated with glitter and everything, and how he utilizes all of those, since you don't really see much of glitter in here, he has to use sparks and everything.
You got to do something.
It's like, since I can't get my enjoyment out of seeing all this glitter, I just got to get my enjoyment out of all these sparklers.
The great boat,
Only an hour total just to do a separation.
No, it's a minute, dude. I think you need to learn how to read time again. It's only now.
Oh, it said 60, so you don't even know which one is which.
Yeah, but see, it was going by at a clip where it was seconds.
Whatever. Because I said that before it started. Bunch of explosions. That's what's going on. In a battle, too. Yeah, they say let us through, and they keep pushing the cop guy back. First off, I don't even know how they got on the island. You can just say my damn name, dude. It's Yuki. Said something to you there.
It's pretty true.
pretty much sums it up.
Yeah.
It's like when they look at that screen, they're actually just kind of going in blind until things start popping up at the last minute there.
Excuse me.
It's like out of all the buildings and stuff that Godzilla can easily destroy and stuff, it's like whenever he touches it or kind of smacks it around, it's like it's like it's just still one piece without destroying any windows or glass.
Usually they crumble like unbelievably easily. This one, it's like he's banging it and it's still standing.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like with that tower just being made out of glass there on the outer part, you think at least have all the glass being broken.
Man, like 20 of those minutes evaporated pretty fast.
Mm-hmm.
And we're still not done yet. Like the tower's done. So that means Spacegodzilla is losing his energy and he's still got like 25 more minutes of fight left in him.
Yep.
This. Yeah.
It almost looks like Mogra is passing gas with that tail.
Maybe that's the reason why they did it.
Like it in the Godzilla Save the Earth game, instead of Mogura's cry be Mogura, it should be excuse me. Pardon my gas.
I farted.
Eat poison.
Looks like. Right.
Well, duh. You should have seen that while you're still on the boat.
You're terrible.
Nice.
Oh, that's kind of your guys' mission.
Yeah, I mean, what you were told to do as you were leaving the hangar.
Now, who's Mr. Obvious?
I do like this team up at the end, though. Like, this is very reminiscent of not just the Showa era, but it's really cool. You got this super powered villain. Godzilla's like needing help, and it's really cool. Coming up is another obvious moment. This should be called Godzilla versus Spacegodzilla, the obvious. Living la vida loca.
What?
Why don't you try to take out the other one? That would be my thing. Once I took out the first one, I'd be trying to take out the second one.
Space Godzilla just kind of invited that one.
Yeah, he's like, whoop.
Don't forget this one.
I like this, though. Impales Moira and throws it. Again, this is, I think, the best final fight the Heisei series has.
And then we're going to see Kenji crying about his precious Morgira here in a few minutes.
Morgira.
Kind of like that.
Yeah. Bye.
It ain't no ship. Like how with all the damage has been taken to Morgira, that the elevator still works. Oh, you had your earbuds off.
You saying something?
Yeah, I was just saying something like a couple minutes ago, but you had him off.
Well, I'm trying to put something away here. So like
stop
earbuds,
it.
earbuds don't reach. So
Well, stop it. Yeah. I was just saying that even though that Morgira is completely destroyed, that the elevator still works for whatever reason when they were evacuating.
it's for plot.
You dead now?
Yes.
Good.
I'm trying not to disturb the podcast.
Well, you're disturbing me.
Yeah, well, whose fault is that? Yours.
Yours.
You.
Because you had to do it when you could have just waited.
No. Murder, death, kill. Murder, death, kill.
How convenient.
That's so funny. Spacegodzilla was like, look, Morgan was dead, but I'm not finished with it. So just throws it more. Oh, Yuki.
I'm about done with my second one here.
It's kind of amazing, like the ab work Spacegodzilla must do to get up that way. I tried getting out, but the robot's trying to eat me.
Go in here.
It's like I got most of myself through it, but my damn foot just doesn't seem like it wants to go through.
Yeah. Just amputate it.
Well, they were about to just by shooting at his
Oh,
foot.
wow. Like the fire in the foreground there on that last shot. I never noticed it. I think it was animated.
You're still.
I don't think so.
It's hold on. Take over. Go ahead. Put it away.
Yeah, quickly.
You want to cut on the heel through the tendon. I find it funny that he was going to shoot his ankle. It's like, what was that going to do? Like, you either get a saw his leg off, or you get some type of crowbar and pry the door open.
It's the thing that we talked about earlier. Amputate. Although it's going to take a little bit.
Yeah. Pew, pew. Sorry. We're not even halfway done yet. We got about 5 more hours of this. Pew, 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 pew.
What?
Oh, the beginnings of burning Godzilla.
It's kind of cool that when that heat ray comes out, that they add in the smoke and stuff coming out from the mouth there.
But yet they can't make the eyes blink.
Other things were more important budget-wise.
Such as alcohol for the staff. See, look at like the way this is portrayed here. It reminds me so much of Baialani. Like Baialani had to be the source of Spacegodzilla's creation.
That's what it was. Because they talked about it earlier.
They had 2 theories. One was Baialani and the other one was Godzilla cells attached to Mothra. But they make it really clear as to which one it is over the course of the film.
Well, it is one of the things that we've talked about for many years.
Well, yeah. That's his name. Yep. Good job. You just missed it. You missed Kenji.
Well, because I was writing something there. Yeah, so the music that's playing right now, that's part of the crystal track that I talked about earlier.
Yeah, I think they played a little bit of this kind of within the first few segments of Bass Island.
Yeah, I think the later part of that score, because this one here is the beginning part of the track.
Yeah. I love Godzilla in this movie. Like, he's just trying to mind his own business. And Space Godzilla and Mogura come in and just mess it all up.
I'm minding my own business.
Minding my own business, and you people are getting in the way. Your mission was, this always sounded like a video game. Your mission was a success. You saved planet Earth.
Obviously, because I mean, just with all the computer graphics and everything.
Yeah.
It looked like Tetris.
Like I was in control, but okay. You see the co-pilot down there? He's doing a play gun type thing at Godzilla.
Yeah.
He's like got to be 25 years old and he's acting like he's 7 or something. Yeah, good luck with that fist fight.
The next time you'll see him is never.
Yeah.
Because
I remember when you hated Godzilla just 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
He closes his eyes and she kicks him in the nuts. That's our being violent towards Godzilla, you son of a bitch.
Kalima. Kalima. Kalima.
How can you not like little Godzilla?
Some people just don't.
They're bastards.
Awkward.
She's big, like they're barely holding hands. Look at that.
Yeah.
Like she's holding on to his like pinky and maybe his ring finger. I can't believe we're done with this.
Yeah. Hard to believe.
For a movie that's pushing 2 hours, it felt like an hour and a half.
Kind of did. Well, it's like that's like what they say, when you have fun, time flies by.
We're the most fun kaiju podcast you're ever going to listen to.
We'll say that for ourselves, but I don't know about the rest.
Oh no, I'm letting them know that that's the truth. I like this movie. Again, like I was saying earlier, this is an underappreciated film, I think.
Although there can be certain areas where it's like,
well, yeah, I mean, there's some areas that could have either been omitted. There's definitely could have been areas that could have been expanded upon.
Or maybe better writing in a way. As far as
no, I mean, look, here's the thing. This thing is by no means perfect, but it's not this sort of subpar disaster that some fans make it out to be. This is, I think, certainly much more competent than King Ghidorah. And there are a lot of people out there that think that thing is amazing. I'm like, that thing is a travesty to like proper storytelling.
Or Godzilla's Revenge.
Look, Godzilla's Revenge is fine, but here, like 5 years ago when people were blowing it up, it's like, look, hold your horses. I'm a defender of the film. It's not that great, but it's fine.
Or Shin Godzilla.
Don't get me started.
It's like whenever I see Earth looking like this from afar, it just makes me think of, am I watching an anime show or what?
You know what it makes
from
me
back
think
in the 90s?
Star Trek.
Or Star Wars.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Space Godzilla. I enjoyed it, dude, even though, we got off on some tangents there.
Yeah.
I mean, again, like I was saying there, I think it's a pretty good film. It's not perfect, but I think it does what it needs to do fairly well.
Mm-hmm. It gets the job done. And then, I mean, obviously it's supposed to be an anniversary film for Godzilla, bringing in a new
I think it was actually Toho's anniversary. Like it was Toho's 40th anniversary, I think.
No, this is Godzilla's 40th.
Oh.
94.
One of them was a Toho anniversary film.
Oh, my looks like my player froze up here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to force quit it.
Well, you know what? At least the movie's done. At least it didn't happen.
Yeah. Well, it seems like my my little Blu-ray thing was kind of flashing kind of constantly there. But anyways, it's like with some of the Blu-ray def stuff, you're going to tend to see some stuff in there that you didn't want to see, like streams and then maybe some of the cutout parts before the building gets destroyed, you kind of see some of the pieces where all that stuff gets cut off or destroyed. But then maybe a little bit of the writing could have been better, especially when they're in that piloting sequence there.
Right. Well, that's been a trademark throughout the entire Godzilla series, going all the way back to the Showa era, where you have characters stating obvious. I mean, but it just was kind of worse here.
Yeah. Probably the worst one out of all of them when they kind of come into the obvious stuff. But other than that, it was pretty good for what it did back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good film. It's not, exceptional or anything like that. It's better than people say it is. I wish people would give this film another chance because it's certainly better than Ghidorah. And Ghidorah, I think, is one of the worst Godzilla films ever made. Because that film is such a mess. I mean, if you like it, that's one thing, but you have to acknowledge that it's such a travesty.
Yeah.
So all that is good and decent, but all right. So I think we're ready to take a break here.
Yeah, we're going to be taking maybe like a 5 or 10 minute break, but I'll be cutting all this shit out in the end. So, so we'll see you back in the next frame.
And we're back. Now we're going to do Ghidorah, the Three-Headed Monster, 60th anniversary special commentary of that. And so, again, for those of you that have not joined us for a commentary before, I will count down from 3. I will go 3, 2, 1, go. Once I say go, hit play, select whatever it is to get the movie playing on whichever device you're watching the film from. Both of us, however, are using the 2006 Classic Media DVD release of the film, and we are doing the English version. Mm-hmm. From my recollection, it's been a number of years since I've seen it. The Japanese cut is not too terribly different from the English. I think there's just a couple of scenes that may be a little bit more extended in the Japanese cut, but otherwise it's more or less the same thing, minus the dub, of course. So are you ready, Jason?
Ready as can be.
All right, so here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Toho Scope.
Toho Scope.
Godzilla movie and Toho Scope.
Maybe. I'm not entirely sure.
This was a movie, and I know I've talked about it before, where when we first saw this, I had such high hopes because for many years I had read in books and heard from other people that this was one of the defining moments of the entire Godzilla franchise, where not only he more or less turned good guy, but this was a big deal because it was the arrival of Ghidorah. And I remember watching this for a number of years going, this thing is garbage. Like, this thing is so underwhelming, and people hailed it as one of the better ones. And then started around 2012 when I started having a resurgence in my fandom. I looked at it differently. I'm like, okay, this thing is by no means a masterpiece, but it's still pretty decent. And really ever since then, for about the last 12 years, I look at it and I go, it's entertaining. Unfortunately, it suffers from having been really rushed into production because in 1964, you had Mothra versus Godzilla. And then I think after that, Honda also directed that jellyfish space movie, Dogora.
Yeah.
And then this, I think, was the last one he did that year. And he made 3 movies within the same year. And the unfortunate thing is with each of those films, you can see as they progress, the quality kind of goes down a little bit. Mm-hmm. This, unfortunately, being the last, suffers, I think, the most from all that. You know, a director that I think is exhausted and just trying to meet deadlines and just trying to do at least, enough to make it at least an adequate film. And
yeah, well, and originally, I'm just kind of going by what's stated here. Time for another round of research. That Toho originally intended to release Red Beard, also produced by Tanaka for the New Year's holiday. However, the film fell behind schedule wise, and that's kind of when Tanaka then rushed this movie into production.
Oh, of course, he rushed it.
It was pretty much then replacing the Red Beard as a New Year's release slot.
Yeah.
Updating my commentaries list here. I see that this movie was still on there. making sure everything.
Yeah.
Now you can cross it off.
Yeah, cross Spacegodzilla, cross off Mechagodzilla here too, since it's now official that we are covering those.
Okay, all right. Yeah, no, damn it.
Let me see, get out of the way.
Kind of that one dubber's raspy voice.
I mean, I do love these Showa movies, even though, like, I think you kind of see the seams a little bit more. I think that's kind of the charm of a lot of these older Showa films.
Mm-hmm.
This classic media version actually cleaned this English version of the film up a little bit better than that VHS release back in 98. That 98 was, boy, I mean, you talk about artifacts.
You can maybe see a little bit of artifacts here and there. But.
Yeah, but it's nowhere near as bad as what that VHS release was.
And, you know, you're talking about like some of these films doing like this film and then maybe some of the other films that have done somewhat poorly. I kind of feel sorry for the one other guy that's in here that you see in Gorath and Dagor, and he's in here too. Seems like every time he's in one of these certain movies that like they just don't do well.
This guy right here?
No, the one that was with in the previous scene there.
Yosuke Natsuki?
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, they're actors for certain types of films. Even America's got them too.
Oh, dude. I get it. The guy is now. That's it. All right.
This still, I mean, after all these years, even though I understand it a little bit more, it's still really weird. But I think Honda was so fatigued. He's like, whatever, just put it in. Like, we just do it. Like,
like every time I watch that scene there, it's like she just seems like she just crosses her eyes there on purpose.
Well, we never know about these other aliens. Like, it happens, and that's that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is, I mean, you could argue things got goofy and stuff with King Kong versus Godzilla, but then things kind of tampered down with Mothra versus Godzilla. But this is where I would argue, like, you know, the shark got jumped.
Screw me. It sounded like he said, throw me down, never mind.
Throw me down. End of the line. End of the line. Now, Hiroshi Koizumi's character is named the same as he was in the previous movie, but I think he's supposed to be a different character from that one. Figure that out.
Same guy, same name, same profession, but completely unrelated to his
Yeah. The guy on the far left in the last guy on the left in the yellow jacket, he was the main actor in Varan, and he ends up by and large playing a handful of bit parts, including in this film, in other Godzilla and Kaiju films moving forward.
Including Ben Furuya here.
There is here. Right.
It zooms in on a valley. You don't even get a peek at it, and then boom, magically it shows up.
Bada boom, bada bang.
I kind of hate that in these older films where it's just like, boom. Just like, oh, come on. It's like you had to have eyesight that was able to zoom in like 500 times.
Yep. Oh, excuse me. I wonder if that's like the same area that they use for King Kong vs. Godzilla. Kind of like the set.
It could be.
Look, that's that thing.
I don't know how well Toho was about reusing sets. I know many American studios would save portions of their sets and they would get reused either in other films or television shows.
And then also kind of refabricating certain of those things to kind of fit that certain movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy off
You
to
know,
the right.
Natsuki.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, like this movie and Dogora are very similar because he plays a cop on a mission. Like Dogora is far worse. That movie's so plain Jane. Like,
And Gorath.
Gorath. And Gorath also got oh crap, I'm forgetting everyone. Akira Kubo, the pretty lady, Kumi Mizuno. I mean, it's got a number of big names in it.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose we could have thrown in the Criterion version of this film too.
Yeah. Well, does that have the English version too?
I don't think so.
I was going to say.
The Criterion version has English versions of Monster Zero, I think Megalon. It's got a handful of them.
Yeah. What to do with that for? Why won't he die? They are cut to the dead. creature yourself with space outside. Come on.
I'm very funny, guys.
That's kind of like us, though. Want to go?
I make dad jokes.
I do. Then all of a sudden, like the camera starts like zooming down and down and down, and boom, like, because the helicopter went down.
It's like, hey, why is everything getting closer? It's getting closer. Oh!
Why do I have that weird feeling in my stomach like we're going down a roller coaster? It'd be funny if the professor went up to that one guy looking through the telescope and hit the other end of the telescope and banged it into the guy. Good morning.
Seems like that guy's already bandaged up there. It's like he's already hit his head already.
He probably sneezed next to a rock.
Got concussed.
And one. Can't worry about that. No, done. Get it, really? All seems to be simple. You stop. After this, whatever.
Or like this is one of the sequences in the Japanese version that's a little more prolonged. What are you doing now?
Jack squat.
Grocery bagger. This is one segment that, and again, I understand Honda was probably like so fatigued and probably at the same time didn't care too much about it at this point. But this is a segment that either should have been trimmed or cut entirely and redone. Like there could have been a different way of bringing in the Shobijin. Ha 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 ha! You're funny. Science fiction monster. What the hell, dude? Like Mothra's been around long enough. Like it's not like Mothra's been trying to hide. What do you think happened earlier in the year?
I mean, you're in the same universe as all these giant monsters and stuff.
And this right here, too, is like replaying the show part from the original Mothra film. I'm sorry, but it's kind of lazy.
Well, again,
just bring the fairies in front of the audience.
Again, it's just Honda doing 3 projects at the same time.
Yeah.
Something.
I mean, I probably would be doing the same.
Shortcuts, yeah.
I'd be like, dude, what worked in this film? Well, this, all right, go do it. Sit down, kid. This segment is, I always kind of space off during it because it's
like that.
I mean, it's such a nothing burger kind of sequence. It just, there's just nothing you gain from this.
You can maybe say that this movie can be a bit notorious for starting the whole trend of stock footage.
Well, I don't think there's a ton of stock footage really in this film.
Well, as far as like this scene in particular, is you can say it kind of started that trend. And
well, this is all new to this film, though.
I've seen her before.
Yeah, like the whole putting the photograph, like that was kind of ridiculous. Don't you think he should have been told that, like when the movie first started?
Gee, you could have said that to me earlier, dude.
After all, he don't cry, yell back. I wonder, oh my God. I'm worried about it. I'll get, hey, get on your rob. Hey, Milligan.
Sure, man.
Yeah, please. What? What's it? You came up from that. Did that thing blow up? Where? Why? It's cheating.
I know we get an explanation as to why she was supposed to die, but it's so quick and it is kind of flimsy.
Mm-hmm.
We still really don't know why. I mean, is this her dad? I mean, I always thought he was, but I don't think we really know.
Like, if it was her dad, then why would he want to kill his own kin, for that matter?
Oh, believe me, when you study like history of kings and queens and stuff and all that, I mean, it happens.
But we're in the modern era. That should not happen at all.
You're delusional.
Shut up.
Susumu Kurobe is part of the band of bandits here. Why, Ultraman? Why? Right there.
It was his first gig, and then after all that happened in this movie, he decided to be good.
All right.
If there was a live studio audience, he'd be getting a huge applause line right now.
Kind of like in Sanford and Son.
What we been complete. There's one still be back up there. All up down the water. Then you go out the process about. This does not. This not be deep. That's a go. On it, man. That's it. You got the bad man. Hey, look, that's her. Hey, yeah, that's her.
Yeah, that's her. Yeah.
Oh no, his batteries are on low. Big Joker at the end of Batman.
Yeah.
Hey, opening the gap. Hey, how can you know that's in the spy? What that? Why don't you? Wouldn't you do this to that? That's monkey. Hey, you know, me, I'm what I know.
I know, kitty cat. Hey, it's the spacecraft from Battle in Outer Space.
I was about to say Mysterious, but I was like, nope.
This segment here is really weird because he's breaking the fourth wall.
Just like the American version.
Well, yeah, like he's supposed to, I think, be talking to Natsuki, but instead he's looking straight at the camera, giving exposition to the audience.
And it'll be like, me?
Maybe that's what he does in his free time, and there's a hidden camera, and his employers find out what he does. Like, who is he talking to? He's just talking to.
It's like, I guess it's that time of day where he gets high.
Just let him be. Just let him be. He'll eventually stop.
Yeah.
What? God. What? You? What? Like that? You get it? Like that? Like that? Oh.
Did he just come all the way from the forest? Just
Yes.
like that.
Yes, he did.
Walking many hours.
Do everything for love.
Walked all the way from the mountain.
What you don't see are his legs are as thick as tree trunks, though. From all that climbing.
Yes.
Yeah. See, that's why he's at a bar stool. He can't like sit down properly.
Yeah, kind of like this in a way. Maybe you should have strapped it down with string. A hat like that. This guy. Hey, speaking of minding your own business.
Man. Rodant's face here always look a little goofy.
What?
Yeah. And then the Godzilla roar.
Yeah.
We'll think about it. Because, ooh, you better watch out. You better not cry. You better not pout. I'm telling you why. We may not help you when you need help.
If only you give us the right price.
Yeah. Extortion.
Give us this or else.
It would be a bad thing if Japan were to fall.
Boy, he walks so fast.
Like I told you, he's got legs the size of tree trunks.
I mean, look, yeah. You see the way he's sitting?
Get chafing if we were to have his legs closer.
I started to get busted. Oh,
She must be a regular there.
Sounds like it.
you're sorry. Talk about my that's not big nice man.
Snobbish son of a bitch.
By the way, I think this might be the same hotel that they use in Mothra vs. Godzilla, the way it looks.
Oh, you know what? It could be.
She's just hiding it pretty well. That's the reason why.
I bet she's got a couple machine guns under her jacket.
Just like Schwarzenegger and T2 just bringing out the shotguns from the thing of roses.
Godzilla must have been trying to eat some whale. Kaboom.
like he's about to crack the code on the safe there. Just about the halfway point already.
Jeez, dude. The way this movie drags out the storyline, like, there's no character development really, because all they're doing is just dragging out her being alive and trying to survive the assassins. And so I don't know. That's one thing I wish was different about this film, was that they get to the point a little bit more and then maybe bring Ghidorah in sooner.
Which
I don't want to hurt you. How do you get out? That's 30 not to the cheese we said of one every state. Now he would be a bum. I would. All right, you wanted it. Why did you think we? Put it. Get nice.
You and I are out of it. Like, just
yeah.
Again, there just isn't much to say here. It's just rolling on and on and on.
Yeah.
That's the biggest issue with this film. I can go along with kind of the shoddy like effects work, but the story, man.
Wait, the door.
Pew pew pew. Pew pew pew. It'd be fun if he ran straight into the wall there. And then he knocked himself out.
He wasn't too far from it.
He goes, "Hey, Naoko, watch this." And he jumps over the railing.
Or the railing just gives away.
Yeah. It's like back-to-back segments of them showing Rodan's silhouette, but nothing really happens.
Now it's starting. But then he goes away.
Excuse you.
That was quite the unusual fart.
Made the temp doors flap. So if it's magnetic, why isn't it taking his Geiger counter?
Toho science reasons.
Or even them, because they got to have some metal on them.
Well, yeah, consuming iron on a daily basis for supplements.
Or it's sucking the iron out of their blood. Surprised we don't have roasted Ghidorah.
It's too tough for that. It's quite the tough meat.
It's like that turkey in Christmas Vacation.
Yeah.
I was seeing stories that Mount Fuji had broken like the longest record without having snow on its peak up until like maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks ago.
Don't know. Let's find out.
You think that's she can do it?
Oh, no, she's broken. Beyond repair.
Yeah, I see on here. It was a news piece by BBC back November 9th. Mount Fuji snow back on Japan landmark after longest absence. And then it said, seeing its first snowfall after going through the longest period without snow since records began 130 years ago.
Yeah. I think it wasn't it. Didn't it have snow on its peak year round for many years?
It kind of disappears around the summertime. Yeah, it said this was the most delayed sighting since 2023 when snow was first seen on the summit 5th of October. And then according to AFP News Agency, previous record was 26th October. That happened twice, 1955 and 2016. You mean Ghidorah?
Jeez, even the Japanese can't get the name right.
You mean the dubbers?
I know. That was the joke part.
I'm sure of it.
I did it. This way. That way, that what?
Those trees in the foreground were actually drawn in. What did it do with rotating again in the Godzilla roar? You see the trees are drawn. More obvious there.
Looks like Godzilla's doing a little shuffle there in the background. He was kind of going like this.
Right, my heart has very eyes. Ah.
Okay, settle down, Luigi.
Mamma mia. Sounds like his name is General Waddle.
Okay, Waddle.
His speech is like Waddle. Look at that guy out to the far right.
Both of them.
Oh, the old days when everyone would gather around a 10-inch TV screen. Yes, Remington, you got about 10 minutes.
It's like 10 minutes is a long time.
I've been waiting a long time.
May I forget? No, final broadcasters. Well, here the world's famous Itinerary of the GHIDORAH.
Please clap.
Boo, boo, shut up. Kick him out. She's terrible at this. Jeez Louise.
Boy,
You will
she's
find her
dumb.
at 423 Cherry Lane Drive. When you go into the building, there's a flight of stairs. Go up it, and it's the first door on the left.
By the way, there's a key under the rug.
Unbelievable. Dun dun dun.
If you only give us a price.
How much do you love your country? We'll give you this much. Oh, you must not love your country. What a shame.
Or like the thing that I typed in.
Oh.
Finally get some action here.
The hand puppet is pretty decent. The eyes move.
At least they use budget for that. Half naked.
Yeah. Was that really necessary?
Oh, they were asking how she's looking. Good man.
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, I'm a Martian.
There are three box documents. Box. And get that and get it on. Go. It does. Get on that. Go. That's where I am. It's like. I get that. I get it.
I'm sorry, but like most of these cops and robber tales in these kinds of films just aren't done that well. They're not that entertaining.
That's why you bring in June Fukuda.
Well, and look, I will admit part of it is because this is a kaiju movie. That's not to say I'm opposed to it, but even with what they do right, it's not that good. Dogora was at times mildly amusing, but just preposterously long. This is long and just not even, it doesn't even come close to being remotely near as entertaining as parts of Dogora was.
So, during the 2 or 3 songs, Kaijupalooza, Dora like, give up, take.
That's really strange that the doctor would actually let a civilian do that, because if something were to happen because the civilian doesn't know how to operate the equipment, the doctor's going to be the one in legal trouble. I would hate to be the suit actor in the Rodan suit, because you're, being tugged up and down on some wire in that suit a number of times. Like, I'd be afraid I'd end up crashing.
I'm not even sure if they have anyone in there.
They do in some scenes.
Well, yeah, when in melee on the ground.
Oh.
Let me check. There.
The way Hiroshi Koizumi's so much like a pedestrian.
Funny if he said, thank you, I'm all right.
He drops the girl and he puts his arm around Hiroshi Koizumi to be let out. Oh, I'm so lightheaded. Save me, hero.
It's like, I'm talking about the princess, not you, dickhead.
Meanwhile, because he dropped her head's bleeding and stuff on the floor. Rodan is Batman. The hand puppet fighting's a little ridiculous.
If only they had enough for claymation.
Oh gosh, that honestly works like the.
Okay.
We're 3/4 of the way through.
Jeez, man.
20 more minutes left. Like I said, when you're having fun.
Yeah, but see, we haven't been going as gung-ho with this one. We were talking about white holes and stuff. Here we've been quiet. This movie, I mean, kind of like I've said on several occasions, it's kind of a bore in large sections.
Mm-hmm.
I still don't understand what some fans see in this. I mean, I understand it's Ghidorah's debut, but it's like it really isn't that impressive.
Mm-hmm.
And this goes on a little bit longer than it should.
Yeah.
Some of this just gets real silly.
Yeah.
There are those that like complain about the 98 Godzilla film. I'm like, okay, so you would rather have like monsters playing volleyball and cackling at each other?
Yeah.
That's better to you?
Yeah. Like, okay, I'll sit down.
Jeez, man. I didn't realize about Rodan standing there and he goes, you have to look at, I never noticed it before, but he's like,
Just trying to spit out some of that cobweb.
and that was funny. This is really goofy too.
Mm-hmm.
How dare you?
Don't just slow down, just speed up.
Be done with this assassin's subplot here soon enough.
What would you think? What's the name? Oh, they're back on it. My God. I know they can have you spot.
Make him sound like a buffoon.
You know.
Done that at least a few times.
That's the same voice actor that.
Right.
Oh, get on with it, will ya? Gab, gab, gab.
14 more minutes left.
Yeah, they haven't even started fighting yet.
It's taking like 6 freaking minutes.
Ghidorah's in his own movie, and he's barely like had a sequence or two. It's like, well, we need to push this subplot of assassins trying to kill the princess of a made-up country. It's like, no, we don't.
Less time than what Godzilla had in the original in 2014.
The backdrop painting of Mount Fuji there looks like the ocean, the way it's painted. It's like the
Kind of,
ocean is tilted at a Dutch angle.
Oh, with that just being so freaking large, kind of makes it look like an ocean. Better hope that they had all that fire controlled when they lit it in the forest there. I know we talked about some of the artifacts and stuff earlier, but just seems like there's quite a few here this time around. It's only hit the worst side of the mountain there. But yeah, it's like, we were talking about artifacts earlier.
Yeah.
It's like, as soon as we get more into the action and stuff, and even in the kaiju fights, like you tend to see more of those artifacts.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about. To be totally honest with you, I'm kind of more anxious to get this movie done than I was with Spacegodzilla. I mean, I've seen this movie several dozen times, if not more, over the years. But I mean, my opinion of it is not as bad as it was in '98, but it's still really a kind of a dud of a film in many respects.
Mm-hmm.
Just like that. Why you am I?
Yeah, just take your time.
This movie is. He catches the boulder.
Okay. Can I find out there?
No. Okay, let's move on. Wait a minute.
I died.
Oh no. And then they go on with the funeral and stuff.
And then he comes like, guys, I was just only kidding back there.
It's a miracle.
Quite a few streams been seen, though.
Like on one level, I can appreciate the goofy charm of like butt shots, but I don't know. Like I'm sort of in the middle on that.
Guess what? Got 5 more minutes.
Man. Here, I thought we were going to be like 6, 7, 8 hours. I mean, I think we're like just a little over 3.
According to this recording, it's just a little.
3.5.
Yeah, 3.5.
Well, and it took us what, like a minute and a half or so, 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes before we actually started.
Something like that.
That's still not bad. At this pace, we'll probably be done. Yeah, probably within 5.5 hours, maybe.
Maybe it's just a little over 5.
That's some good quality podcasting when we're talking about how much time there is left.
Well, like I said earlier, before we started on these commentaries, that at least we're not going to be talking nonstop like we did a couple of years ago.
Yeah, but see, we were able to do it then, though.
Yeah, but then I was starting to get a bit loopy, and my voice is starting to get a bit hoarse too towards the end.
Well, when you are a horse. See, I don't get the fascination with the show of Ghidorah. I mean, if you, you can appreciate the design and all that, that's fine. But like, it really wasn't until 2019's King of the Monsters that Ghidorah, I thought, was properly. You could even argue the Kaiser Ghidorah in Final Wars. Mm-hmm. But.
It's a day, something called Kaijupalooza. Oh, you don't have to keep up our state. Like, of 17. I need to get the horse left. I can't think I can go. You please go. Here he's gone. What? Do a crazy here. He goes the back. Okay.
Even though the bullet was nowhere near her.
No. But like, what would a graze wouldn't do that? Like, that's a flesh wound, is what that is. That's
just
not like
a flesh
in
wound.
The head or anything.
So let's see you. Hey, thank you. That is my life 3 times. You go. Like that old day.
Get on with it.
Just get a room.
Pauses.
Get out of my life.
He's just realizing you could have been dead this whole time and I would have gotten on with my life.
So I knew. I would hear that. Thank you. But I know. Why did I want that? Okay.
And then all of a sudden we'll see the green gargantuan come out.
Yeah, and it grabs the plane and smashes it, and then the detective Shindo goes, "Oh, I could save her from a deadly group of assassins, but not a giant green gargantua." Well,
Finally.
Ghidorah, the three-headed monster.
Yeah. Bit of a lackluster.
It's not as bad as what I for a number of years thought was back in the late 90s and into the 2000s, but it's not this masterpiece that I think many claim it is. I don't see it. There's a lot that is not just wrong, but missed opportunities with this one too.
Well, and it's understandable too, because with Honda having
Right.
3 projects at the same time.
And I'm not blaming him. It's just the hype, like for years around this one. And then I watch it. It was like Destroy All Monsters. It's like, oh my gosh, like this is one of the like turning points in the franchise. And you watch and you're going, this is really not that great. Like it's fine, but
right.
It's not spectacular.
And also just blame it on Toho, because they're the ones that had a green light, because an actual movie that was slotted for the release of this had to be delayed.
And that's a slap in the face to Godzilla, because it was their cash cow, but they went from making a masterpiece in Gojira to having almost utter contempt for the character, because they looked at it as a cash cow and are like, okay, now we got to produce like one of these every year, and they're not giving it the proper production time.
Or at least Tanaka, for that matter, because he's the one that was producing Redbeard, that was supposed to come out around this time decades ago. But then with that being fallen behind schedule, he decided to green light and move forward with this movie.
Yeah, this one, I'm sure if it had like even a regular Godzilla movie production period during that time, like King Kong versus Godzilla, Mothra versus Godzilla, Monster Zero, if it had, like, it would have been a better film for sure than what we got here. This one, in many ways, it's a copycat of Dogora, just a little bit more dull, because Dogora at least was stupid fun.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't great. In fact, it extended its cops and robbers storyline longer than it does here, but at least you had Yosuke Natsuki and I just forgot the American actor's name. What was his name? Who played Mark Jackson? I forgot his name, but that actor, they had at least a chemistry where they were playing off of each other pretty well, where they created some pretty amusing scenes. But here, you don't have any of that. It's just wolves. Unfortunately. So.
Can't say much anything.
Yeah.
For it,
but,
so.
I mean, it's fine. I mean, it's not the worst by any means. It's just, it's not this masterpiece that some say it is. But anyways, time for another break, and then we will conclude with Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla.
All right, we'll see you guys in the next side.
And we're back, this time with our final film of our trilogy of Godzilla films for our year-end podcast. We are covering Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla, the 1974 original. And yeah, I've always liked this one. On some level, it's always been one of my favorites. It's not as high on my list, but I think Jun Fukuda is a very underappreciated director within the Godzilla fandom. And I think a lot of, if actually all of his Godzilla movies have, in my opinion, pretty good human character stories. And I think a lot of charm to them.
Mm-hmm. I would say maybe that this would be one of his best, if not the best, human character development stories as well. It kind of, with all the kaiju battles and everything happening, it feels like everything's kind of happening at once.
And I think unlike
sort of thing, kind of blends things in pretty well.
And I think too, unlike Honda with Ghidorah, I think Fukuda has always done a really good job because he was a crime film director. I think when it comes to his Godzilla stuff, he does a really good job of blending in the kaiju action with the cops and robbers type of action. And I can't really, and I said this with the Ghidorah commentary, I don't think Honda really ever did a good job of doing that. I don't think he especially didn't do it well with Dogora. Ghidorah, there is slight improvement, but it's still not that good. Even a number of years earlier when he did H-Man, I thought that wasn't all that great either in terms of his ability to blend in sort of the sci-fi elements with the cops and robbers tale that he was also intertwining there. So what we're doing is we're using the Criterion Showa era collection set. Those of you listening to the audio aren't going to see it, but it's the book that came out from Criterion like 4 years ago now. It's the entire Showa era collection on Blu-ray. We are doing the English version. We are 22 seconds in, so it's the moment where the Toho logo is just starting to appear. So that's where we're at here with the start of this particular commentary. So anything else you want to add before we start?
Can't think of anything else.
All right, so here we go.
Except for just having some coffee to kind of keep myself up.
All right. You want to say something here, bud?
I just came in to watch with you.
Well, I know, but is there something you need to say?
Happy 70 years of Godzilla.
And?
Thanks to the blanket.
Yep.
All right. So here we are. You ready?
I am.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh. It just stopped on me.
Oh, it did?
Yeah. What the heck?
Here, I'll pause it. I'm at the 34-second mark.
Doggone it, this software. I'm ejecting and then trying to put it back in. I don't know what the heck happened there. It's like it was just going and all of a sudden, bam.
Well, like I noticed on this computer, like I got a separate Blu-ray player disc. Or Blu-ray player, and it doesn't play Blu-rays all that well, but I realized I think you need to have 2 USB ports on your computer and have them connected to play properly. And I only have one on this computer. Mm-hmm. So I can't play Blu-rays properly on my computer.
Resume playback. Let me just see here. Okay. I'm at the 27-second mark here.
Hold on. Let me see if I can.
Is it called the Showa?
Whoa! Oh crap! Okay. I'm at the 27-second mark now, too. Okay, you ready?
Yes.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Gotta turn down the volume on my end here.
Yeah, it's too loud.
Unlike someone else's.
I can't hear you because it's too loud over here.
See what I mean?
Where is he? Like the South Pole?
No, he's in the North Pole.
Alaska.
You asked the question, I answered.
I remember on our old VHS tape, like it started this way, but you couldn't see Jack because everything was so dark at the beginning.
Yeah. Maybe. I know with like the intro, like with the shrine and everything, everything was just like zoomed in and just sort of distorted here and there.
The classic days of pan and scan. Mm-hmm. Megalon was notorious for that.
Yeah.
Heck, even
that in this movie.
Score is very reminiscent of Sea Monster, especially this
a little bit, yeah.
sequence.
Well, since Jun Fukuda also directed that one.
Yeah, Masaru Sato was his composer. The only time it wasn't was the previous, a couple films earlier when it was Gigan, but that was all Ifukube stock music.
You know, with all the 3 movies that we've had here, they've at least had Kinji Sahara in every single movie here.
That's true. Yeah, he was like briefly in the last one for like 10 seconds.
Something like that, yeah.
The couple of roles tape guy.
Yeah. Uh-oh. This ain't English.
He fell down.
I'm not getting English dubbing.
Did you go through the audio settings and stuff on the disc? Well, that's why. You should have a thing through your menu there on the player. You can change it over.
There we go.
Amateur.
Well, it told me it had a pop-up saying resume playback. That's when I got back to the thing. It never took me to the very beginning. So I just assumed that it had all that stuff because it says resume playback. I got some work to do. But yeah, it's like in this scene, in the original VHS, it was like fairly dark. It's like you don't even know where the hell you were looking at.
Well, it's like Megalon, because that film was so pan and scan, they even cut a number of sequences out or trimmed them that I didn't appreciate the film as much until I actually got the DVD in 2012 where it was widescreen and fully restored and all that. And it's like Megalon is a masterpiece now.
For me, it took till they released that Blu-ray a few years back. And it's kind of the same thing with this movie until we got the much better picture version of it.
Right. Well, it's amazing that, I mean, I always liked Megalon and stuff, but then like as the years went by, I was like ho hum on it until that better version came out. And yeah, like you can't fully
the same goes with Godzilla 84.
Right. Yeah. Like a lot of times you can't appreciate a film until you get like just a better presentation of it. And at the same time, in some cases, just the original full picture.
Yeah.
That statue's got glowing eyes. I'd be a little concerned.
Not sure why they passed by it. It's like it was right there, obvious.
Yeah. Same old things you see in a temple, glowing statue, whatever.
Spooky little thing.
She's pulling your leg, dude.
She just wants to get in bed with you.
Oh, sure, let's go back in there and then see if we step on something that uses the entire thing to crush them.
Are you sure it's just not smoke mark?
Okay, that looks like a face when you look down.
Like someone farted and smoke just imprinted into the rock.
Let's see what happens when we do this.
Looks like the lion is just kind of squatting there and about to ready to fart.
It looks like you would see something from England, like a family crest of sorts.
That looks like King Caesar combined with a lion.
Well, it is King Caesar. Yeah, pal.
A huge brown monster talking about poop.
Have they met you?
Or have they met Link?
He's not that bad. It's Hope.
Let's see what we have here. Some photos, a sketchbook, and a sketch. Time to collect all the evidence.
Yes, pal. You're my special kitty. Sure.
It's like every time I see this one kind of villain, not this guy, but the kind of his henchman, kind of looks like a monkey face dude.
The villain guy we saw with the mustache, he always reminded me of Charles Bronson.
Yeah, that's the guy I was talking about. Kind of looks like he has a monkey face.
Well, they are monkeys.
Oh, apes.
That looks like you.
You get to meet my cat. He's saying hello.
So funny.
No smoking on a plane to set off the fire.
Why? That be. The not made street. Probably. I hit you out. Got it. Yeah, you actually. That's not stuff.
And it's just fart smoke.
From Godzilla.
Yeah. Boy, he must have had some bad
Some bad whale.
Yeah. From the last movie.
Yeah. It only took, let's see what that was, movie 5. It only took like 9 more movies for that. That's weird. In my memory, it came up as multi-screens when I remember only seeing it in one.
Who you gonna call?
Nobody.
What? Why you do?
Nothing. What did you do? You can't just barge in like that. I'm the one who knows the guy. Oh, he's your uncle. It took me a number of years before I realized that was Hiroshi Koizumi.
Yeah.
I'm like, that guy looks familiar. And then, I don't know, like a decade and a half or so ago, I'm like, oh my gosh, it's just was a little
I feel so
around the face.
I feel so dumb right now.
Well, I rim you out.
I bet you knew he was in here too.
No, I didn't know that. No, I just like throwing the word space into things that don't come from space. I just try to sound really scientific.
Darn, I was hoping the record player would fall so I could say, oh no, my record player. Or whatever that thing is.
That's it.
Made no sense.
Well, I don't know what it is.
Top selling rap artist Monkey Man's coming.
Yeah.
I wish I had my Playboy here right now.
Hi, Tipper.
For a second, that made the projector looked like smoke coming out. Oh, wait, that's one. And may I ask you, how are you able to see what you were watching with a show, but with a kid?
Hope says thank you for the gifts.
I guess.
Jason doesn't accept your apology. Now, seeing the VHS tape we grew up with, you had some of the sequences here that weren't included. And so it was always really weird when this piece happened.
Well, and with it being in the 4:6 ratios on the regular TV, it just seemed like it was just all over the place. Like
it was a Michael Bay film.
Yeah. Minus the explosions.
Yeah. I found this. There's some funny things here. Like, he like punches the pillow, I think. Like, that's not helpful.
He's just taking his frustration out on the pillow and the guy at the same time. You don't need this ear in that ear too.
I like this here. Like, it makes no sense.
You don't need your eyes as well.
I do that to my kids on occasion and they did laugh. It doesn't hurt. You would think with this guy, like, knowing that someone's after him, he would eventually get a gun or something, but he never does.
Just doesn't think about it.
How could you not?
Reasons.
Creepy stalker guy.
It ultra volcanic eruption.
Yeah, half a volcano blows up.
I'm waiting for Gamera.
Yeah.
That went from a volcano to turning into a giant monster island. I'm confused.
Nothing.
Is it guns? I realize now that I look at it. Hold on. Let me say this once we see the two actual Godzillas, and then I can say it in advance.
Why would you not think it would be Godzilla? Godzilla has spent numerous times trying to, like, destroy all of you.
He's just taking his chance right now.
Yeah, I would, like, Godzilla would be at the top of my list if I were. I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, it would be Godzilla.
I find it funny how in the newer movies he just seems to tolerate the humans and at the same time just not like them.
He's nature. Like, the humans are so small and insignificant to him. He just goes about what he needs to do.
She's like, what?
She waits for her grandpa. She's like,
I never signed up for this.
They're going to come. Have to put him into a home.
He finally lost it.
I remember when we first watched this, we were like, why is Godzilla's like, it really bothered us the first time. Like, his roar is wrong. Why does he have the wrong roar?
Yeah. Are we sure the audio's correct?
Help, I fallen and I can't get up.
Must be losing control of his car the way he's driving.
No, he's just driving normally. He just likes to do that from time to time. Oh.
Wait a minute, his face, it seems to have changed.
Yeah.
Huh.
And I remember seeing this part as a kid. Always kind of whinge at that. And that would be the last appearance of Anguirus until Final Wars.
Yeah, I know. Took what, 30 years?
Yeah. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Oh, he can easily lift that.
I have confidence. This thing that
It's a perfect brick.
again.
From the ones.
There you go, doctor. Throwing that word around again.
From the
Later,
ones
I'll have you meet my space duck.
when it just
Howard?
Yes.
Howard the duck.
Howard the space duck.
Welcome. Take that.
Your hands smell like chives.
With this time,
That's an herb.
I can't.
Like chives
What?
and basil. And parsley.
Oh, you should know what basil is. I know basil is. And then she asks, what is basil? You just asked what is basil.
Hirata's like, yeah, it's a powerful pipe. I want to make sure when you smoke it, the power of the universe comes out.
I'm guessing that atomic breath must have bothered you too. We'll end it. I'm guessing not only the roar bothered you, but the atomic breath might have bothered you too, considering.
Yeah.
Yeah. When,
Godzilla's tire is supposed to be like blue or white.
how did yellow not?
Was that Remy?
That was mommy.
And fans are all up in arms about the 98 Godzilla burrowing. Well, how do you think this one got there?
No, it's just the building they just built on top of Godzilla.
They're pretty stupid.
Yeah.
I found something. Whenever you see one of the faces change, be sure to be informed next time that that's Mechagodzilla, because the face model keeps changing, and not only does it look extremely stupid, it's weird entirely.
Yep. That's kind of how it goes.
It's just kind of letting you know that one's an imposter.
Shame.
I did shave.
I knew.
I think you need a bath, though. Yes, let's get next to an oil refinery where there's a lot of flammable liquid around.
It's just like what you said. You want a Michael Bay.
This movie is very much like a Michael Bay type of film because you got tons of explosions here, and then the base explosion at the end of this, where you have so many explosions that I think the sound like gets weirdly, not really muffled, but like it just comes off a little weird because like everything goes off at once.
Yeah.
It's on the other side now.
It's Did you like your Godzilla against Godzilla?
Man, see in a second here.
Here it is. The show airs
Space music.
We have over. Mechagodzilla.
Yeah. Lincoln got his Funko Pop for Christmas.
That was a limited edition.
Not the Mechagodzilla.
Well, it said something similar to that, like Ultimate Edition. Now that I think of it, whenever Mechagodzilla does that, it's almost like he's trying to cough, but it comes out of his eyes.
I find it interesting, like this Godzilla suit, when you always look at the hand, like the fingers are wiggly. It's like the suit actor like couldn't fit his fingers in the fingers of the suit or something like that, but they're always like wiggly.
I'm just
Like you notice it at the end when he defeats Mechagodzilla and trying to like prevent the head from turning around. Like you just see like it's all floppy.
Allie's his neck doesn't have smoke coming out from the butt.
Mogura.
Yeah.
Hold on, Dad.
And plus, I want a vacation down there.
Like he figured that out pretty fast.
Yeah.
So,
The scientist.
did you what?
That it was Mechagodzilla was being controlled by spacemen in Okinawa.
Yeah. A long time is only a half hour.
Maybe for the spacemen it is.
I got it.
Yeah. Maybe they live for 31 minutes.
Yeah. I don't have that.
Be like, that, ooh. All one fell swoop.
Oh, dude, what's that about?
Daddy.
It says agent number one. I think there is only one agent that they have in this movie.
Agent number 2. I hate to be that guy.
That submarine or something in the background.
What?
It looks like a submarine or some other weird ship in the background.
Yeah, maybe like an oil tanker.
Maybe.
Uh-oh. What are you drinking Figo for? I have caffeine.
Cream soda. How do you know?
I checked everyone. It doesn't say anything about caffeine.
Is it in the ingredients?
We checked it together.
Hand it to me.
And how do you know if you didn't check either?
Oh, I can't read this garbage.
Someone can't read.
OG.
You don't see anywhere where it says it's got caffeine, but then it doesn't say caffeine free either. You might be fine.
What is it?
Oh, it does say naturally caffeine free right there.
Why does he look like he got a
Figo cream soda.
That,
Oh.
He looks like he got a black eye recently.
I do it.
He got into a fight with a wall. The wall won.
It was actually the one who caused the fart smoke.
Maybe that's how it got there. He just smeared his face on the wall.
It was a nuclear fart.
Yeah.
That's why he played that black cloud.
Fire came up. And he's trying to move away, and it goes.
Maybe he wanted to get a cool, so he banged his head on the wall. Oh, wait a minute. Can the audio hear us? Okay.
What?
Don't smack the microphone. We're at gunpoint again.
Don't worry, this is just a water gun.
Then he fires it and it actually shoots. So he's like, "Oh,
Like,
oops,
I
switch it
grabbed
out."
the wrong one.
Imagine if
Like, I didn't mean to kill.
Why does this keep happening to
And
me?
he's mad at himself because he needed that doctor to help him with Mechagodzilla.
Son of a...
And the movie ends right there because Mechagodzilla's out of commission. We're close to halfway, Jason.
Getting close. In between the eject and the hamburger icon of my software.
What? Hamburger icon. What are you talking about?
Guys,
You know, it's the 3-row stack icon. You should know what a hamburger icon is.
And the hamburger button on that software.
I say the hamburger icon. You numbnuts.
I was. You're watching movie 7.
Disc 7.
Hold on. Okay, yeah, you didn't watch all of these in this podcast, anyways.
Not on this podcast. No, we only watched 2 other movies. You thought we got through the rest of the Showa era up to this point? Oh, heck no.
What if you would only be able to say rest of Showa era if you were
At this point, if we did, we probably would be at like King Kong versus Godzilla right now.
chasing on the bear?
3.
Hey. There's 8 movies in the Showa era.
No, there's not. There's 15, dude.
Then you would have to watch all 15? What if you watch every Godzilla movie in the world and one podcast?
That would be a long podcast. That would take probably a day and a half, maybe longer.
And you want to sleep or have a snack. But when breakfast, this book doesn't work on anything.
You texting your lover over there?
Oh.
For today's
Who you texting?
I wasn't
dealer?
texting anyone, no.
pants,
Yeah, he was texting for pants.
He was texting his pants. What seems to be the problem? So he was texting. He was texting his pants. He was texting his pants. But he's wearing his pants. So why does he have to text him?
Jason may not be wearing pants. We don't know that.
Why is he texting? Wait, that we could talk to. That explains why we can only see his shirt.
Yeah. Jason's trying to ignore us.
I'm just trying to concentrate on the movie here.
He opens it up and it's a bomb.
It's just a bag of Doritos.
It tips over.
His face is just.
Oh no, my Doritos!
That's what that looks like. That I know there's a saying that says "look to me deceiving," but that seems like it should have broken on the falls of the floor. He can't talk if you're choking him. That's the most convenient place to store a knife is we're sure. Well, they technically did get Black Eye in a way. Alienating Kingdom.
And that's a space gorilla.
Yeah, I remember we saw this. We're like, what the heck is going on?
That looks like an alienated version of King Kong. How convenient they're all landing on the spot where you would put your back or just start.
We're now just over the halfway point.
What? He has 2 times. One for his pants and one for his shirt. Hold on, I have a joke about the guy his face turning into that thing. The guy talking to his wife. Hey, hon, I went to the barbershop today. They messed up the haircut, but said I couldn't get a refund. Oh, my, what happened to your face? I just told you. Well, make your face good. It's almost like he's looking for someone to shoot.
Ah!
Yeah, my face, I'm gonna shoot myself. How big is that shit? Yay! Let's see if the sculpture survives that. No, I'm swimming. If the statue couldn't break while it fell on the floor, then it probably won't break in the ocean.
Right there.
No, it was just a dummy version of him.
What? I always find that funny. Is like, you're hurt. I can see that.
Wait, screw me.
That's quite a long pause after he said that.
Excuse me.
Are they a pair of shoes?
Riddle me this, Batman. Which actor is the connective tissue to today's podcast?
Happy holidays, Clark.
This is almost like a Lord of the Rings kind of story. They're like trying to take the statue to different places, and they keep trying to be thwarted by. You shall not pass.
Should have made it more epic.
I don't know if that's how they do it, but for a ship that size, this movie likes it fast. She can barely look at ours, and she can barely lift your leg. I can't.
Let's watch the movie.
But
Haha, you think I was gone? Oh, wait, I'm just a different guy.
Doctor.
And then the rail gets away.
What?
These stalker guys.
I like how you can hear the streaks even though he's on the dirt road.
They do that in all these Godzilla movies. Like,
I know.
Megalon is notorious for that.
Yeah. Back at the cave. What else can I find?
Guano.
Pika Pika.
Oh, it's a cute little Pikachu.
Pika Pika.
Wash. Get ready. I think now I've got it.
You know, it's funny that the aliens were the ones responsible for building Mechagodzilla, but yet they didn't even know how to fix it.
Well, I know. Yeah. These some dumb aliens. Maybe they got short-term memory.
People are aliens.
That's why I said they only live for 31 minutes.
So how did they die again, Jason?
I mean, considering most of them. I mean, considering that the one person holding the glass of wine and waiting to get drunk got hit on the head by something, I guess he did develop short-term memory plus the drunkenness. We can say whatever we want, as long as it's... We can talk about
Looks like he's just getting prepared to be in a rock concert there with what he's wearing.
But I want to rock and roll all night and execute every day. Yeah. I think that coffee's working.
Fine with me. It's better than just.
You mean like you were last movie?
And you.
I wonder what type of gas is that.
Just about.
It's called fart gas.
That's why it's so hot. All that sulfur.
Yeah. No, I get to have the pipe.
I have the pipe.
The pipe of power.
How many times are they gonna
Throw her in the volcano. Do it.
Make me broke into song. The pipe of power. The pipe of passion. Having a singing and dance number.
Throw it in.
character's gonna be a goat,
No.
and yet they're not gonna try and pull the trigger. And if they are trying to pull it off, they have terrible aim. This looks so weird.
Aura?
I forget his character's name. I didn't quite pick it up here.
That's not yours. Don't.
So let me get this straight. This is a non-valued medical lesson because it won't help. Kicking somebody when they're unconscious is going to wake them up.
Right?
It's a Moby Lincoln.
Yeah, movies aren't real. Yeah.
The aliens are pretty bad at this. It's like if you were going to kill someone, why not make sure it's instantaneous?
They just like to prolong things like they always do.
It means they're bad at what they do. They can't kill properly. They can't fix their own machine.
Pretty much every alien, either whether it fits in Godzilla movies or Gamera movies.
Yeah.
Not creep.
Or non-Godzilla Gamera movies. Excuse me.
Especially the Zillions in Final Wars.
Yeah.
Okay, Karis.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
These suits will camouflage us.
Yeah. It'll at least make us look cooler.
Yeah.
Don't you mean hotter? Well, I guess it doesn't make them look cooler. Freaky.
It's a little bit too hot in that sauna.
No, I think it's about just right.
I hot in it.
I don't know.
Hey, what? What were your mouth? You sneezed on me. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. Because of my mouth.
I I just sound like a robot.
And
I had a little bit too much to smoke.
How was he able to do that without looking?
I'm just an amazing marksman.
Meanwhile, at the hotel, nothing.
I don't get it. And he's just unfazed by it. It's like, it's just another day.
He's pretty confident.
And you know, the one thing about that whole thing is that you should have seen them come out of the car.
Well,
they were watching it.
that was also stock footage from Gigan.
Yeah, I know, but still.
Bet those evangelical pastors are out.
Oh,
The color of the moon. The end is nigh.
Okay, what seems to be Tell me when we get to the ending, you'll see it.
It's the ending.
No, it's not. We're thinking you say goodbye. Bye. Okay, bye-bye.
I ran into the door. Well, thank God. That lady really does next to nothing. Like, she's kind of sort of important in the first part of the movie, but like really since they got on the boat, she doesn't do anything. Hurt. Oops, Scar King fell.
That one alien that got choked out just does not have a good day at all.
Well, I was wondering while they were in there earlier, I'm like, wait a minute, I thought they were supposed to choke him out. And I thought, did something get cut somehow? Like, because I remember that part.
Hey, it's Jackie Chan.
Well, sadly, he gets shot here in a second.
Well, you're the one that wanted suffering. Just about
This movie has been
way
like Lord of the
through.
Rings.
Just a really short version. Really just need one.
Look, another hero. I'm too from Interpol. I too am from Interpol. So am I. I too am from Interpol.
Me, 3. I'm from Interpol. Yeah, it just looks like headlights.
It probably was like a heat lamp or something. They funny. It was. They actually have the fake one, and the real one actually went over Agent One on that cruise ship.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Oh no, we're doomed."
We are effed.
And our main character like gets on his knees and just starts really bawling. Ah!
No.
He just rips his shirt open. It's like all his chest is all like hairy. Just wrong movie. This is a better one.
Oh, well.
You don't think this one's better than Destroy All Monsters? I think it's better than Destroy All Monsters. Mechagodzilla could have sped it up by flying over and killing Seesaw while he was sleeping.
Yeah. But of course, as always, villains just like to prolong things and procrastinate.
It's very contrived. I will finally make myself useful. Jason's jamming out over here.
So was the other person.
See, this is taking way too long.
Yeah. Should have been done at the last verse.
Yeah. That's how it should be.
Yeah. Or instead of just singing, just have like a Power Ranger power up thing.
Can you imagine her like she's a secret Power Ranger?
Yeah.
Go Power Rangers, Metamorph and Power Rangers. Heba haba ho. I never realized that Caesar could like reflect those beams. I just thought he was like somehow able to deflect them with his own eye beams that were somehow the same color as Mechagodzilla.
I've known about that since the very beginning.
I didn't find out about it until that compendium came out, like in late 90s, early 2000s.
Boy, that took you a long time still.
Confusing how it's shown in the film because of like how the sequences are shot.
Heck, at the age that I was when we first saw this, it's like I even knew about it.
Yeah, you're full of bullshit.
Oh, you're just full of crap that took you that long just to figure that out.
It was only like, it took me 6-7 years?
Yeah, 6-7 years too late. You know, the one thing is that I'm still surprised at that Mechagodzilla suit, the original one here, that is still pretty well preserved after all these years, because they had it on display at one of those DNA museums.
Yeah, like, isn't it mostly, though, made of metal?
No, it's not.
Oh, I thought it was.
Still made out of the same material. I thought so at first, but until I took a closer look at that image where they had it displayed at one of those museums there.
Yeah.
It's like you can see like the creases of kind of that foam over the years
Oh.
of how it ages and all that.
Well, didn't Wakasa, like, I think it was, didn't he say something like this one was sitting outside for a number of years, and then he found it, and then he found the Biollante suit as well, but it was mainly all deteriorated at that point. And I thought he said Mechagodzilla suit was one of those he found that was just sitting outside for many years.
I'm not sure, but it's like I know the one that they had on display was pretty well preserved.
That's that. I think.
I can remember the VHS cover where it had the picture of that whole force field scene there.
Yeah, it was on the back. It was like one of the pictures that they showed for the movie. But yeah, like we thought it was like a face off of the two, like, and the aliens were like beaming Mechagodzilla down because they didn't show the part where Godzilla stretched out his arms. It just was from like the neck up. We were like, that's kind of cool. Like they're meeting face to face, like having a stare down. It's like, oh, well, I mean, it's still kind of neat, but not as cool as what we thought it was. That artist, wasn't he, his last name like Zyla, like Zila, I think, that did the actual cover, because he did that one and the sea monster one that we had.
think he only just did a couple of them.
Like those covers were pretty neat, though.
Uh-huh.
See, like, look at the fingers. Like, what's going on with, like, the suit or the suit actor, like, with this film and the Godzilla fingers? I remember this movie in particular because of just the fact that the fingers just flop around. Like, there's no real articulation to them. Gosh, look at that. It's just, I would think that would make you dead if you had blood spurting out like that.
Yeah.
It basically means you hit like a major artery.
Oh, it's kind of at the area where one of the arteries would be.
I think you got like what, 2 of them that go on either side of your neck
Yeah.
into your head.
Yeah.
I always wondered, like, how come those didn't blow up? Like all the other ones did, but those didn't.
Toho science reasons.
See, look at the fingers. Like that's always bothered me with this.
You and your fingers.
And then pay attention to it more when he like tries to pull Mechagodzilla in more in just a moment here. And then even when he tries to like stop the head from rotating totally back. Like, did he somehow like smash him in a door or something?
Maybe.
Mean you come? Oh, you little, why? See, look, like, what's with that?
Come to me.
Come. Yeah, again, like, and look, I love this movie, but again, it's like people are Godzilla needs them. It's like, oh, okay. Then watch the movie where Godzilla turns himself into a magnet.
Or just flying across.
Yeah, it's like, okay. Right. Yeah. Okay, bro. You can't. That's why some of the kaiju community do it. It's like you can't legitimately talk to them because they're so pathetic.
I think I might have briefly saw the guy in the Mechagodzilla suit there briefly.
I don't think so. They did a good job because behind the vents is like another like piece of plastic or whatever with a bunch of little holes. And I think past that is the actual actor. Yeah. See, like, look at the fingers. What is up with those fingers?
Very comfortable.
Jeez, man. This movie's all about explosions and blood just like spouting out like a fountain. See, it killed him, but it didn't kill Godzilla.
They just want to let you know how they got shot.
Because we've had numerous aliens like get shot like in the face and blood spurting out. Those are empty suits.
Right.
Here comes like the explosion extravaganza.
Michael Bay's finest achievement.
Like, just listen to how like all the explosions sound.
Wonder how many sound effects that they had to go through.
I'm like, holy smacks. Like when it starts like really messing with the audio a little bit, you've got too many explosions. I can't believe it. We got this thing done like just inside of 5.5.
Yeah.
You and I both thought, oh, this is going to be like 6, 7, 8 hours.
Well, you.
This all went fast. Like we watched, like not counting the breaks. This was about an hour and a half. Ghidorah was kind of similar. So there's like 3 hours. It's like, I mean, like what? 4 hours, 45 minutes or something like that.
Something like that, yeah. Yeah, on the original VHS, it just kind of went from that cliff and then just a close-up of that statue, and that's it.
And then the end.
This extended thing. Yeah.
And this weird thing, I don't know what this is all about.
Just frolicking in the garden, that's about it.
Isn't she funny? She looks ridiculous. Yeah, like none of that made sense.
Well,
I can't believe it.
yeah.
Like this all went fast.
It just seemed like we were just at the beginning part of this whole thing.
I know. All right, so Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla, Jason.
Yep, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I would say, you know what? Out of the 3 movies we did today, look, I enjoyed all 3 of them. And yes, I was pretty hard on Ghidorah, but I think that movie sort of deserves some of it. I would say I think I enjoyed Spacegodzilla the most, followed by this, and then Ghidorah, I would say, as far as what we did.
Yeah,
today.
I think that's probably the same order as me. Yeah.
Yeah. So we hope you guys enjoyed this triple commentary of 3 movies that are celebrating big anniversaries this year. Unfortunately, we didn't get back to doing another Kamen Rider earlier in the month, but things got crazy with the holidays and all that. And so it took us like a day and a half to even come up with an actual date to do this show. We originally were going to do it the 30th, but then our favorite college program was playing in their bowl on that day. And we're like, no, we want to watch that game. So It took us like a day and a half to figure out a new day to do this. So we'll be back. Jason, I don't know exactly when we'll have to talk about it, but we will be back and we will continue with Kamen Rider in the new year.
Yeah, just hopefully don't have any delays on my end or just being a lazy ass. Just trying to
Jason has that problem.
But I know after we get done with this recording, it takes a little bit of time to do all the encoding and stuff on the
but see, people aren't going to know that because this isn't live. So by the time they hear this, it will obviously have been out.
Yeah, but at least after this, it'll take at least over a night to kind of get everything done so I can download this video and do all the stuff for it. So,
and hopefully it would be nice. We did some figuring if we were to, I think we were saying by March or April, we might get done with Kamen Rider.
Yeah.
I forget what it was, but
cause I think we're just past, episode 70. So, and cause we were doing like what we did for the last,
I thought we did 5.
No, I think we did 4. We did 4 the last time, and I think that took a little bit out of me.
Did we still want to keep doing 4?
Well, we can talk about it after.
Yeah, because we're looking at anywhere from probably another 3 to 4 months, roughly, of Kamen Rider. Yeah, we'll finally be done with that.
If we did 4 episodes, probably at least get it done somewhere around March.
Yeah. And then we'll have to figure out where to go from there. I've got some ideas. No, you don't.
I
do, actually. I've had ideas for a while. I've just been waiting for us to finish Spectre Man and Kamen Rider. Those have taken the longest time to get through. I think by the time we get done with Kamen Rider, it will have taken us close to 2 years, maybe
something like that. But I know we talked about it off air that with all these older shows having such long episodes and everything, we just we should just do a certain amount of episodes, just watch them offsite and then just kind of do discussions.
We could. The only problem I have with that is, as we discussed with the Kamen Rider and Spectre Man, like some of those shows are so formulaic or just kind of dull that when you're watching by yourself, it feels like torture. But then when you do the commentary with someone else, it at least makes it more tolerable.
Still going to be a little bit of torture.
Oh, no, I didn't say it was painless, but I just said it makes it more tolerable.
But so whenever it gets to that point, try to maybe change some things up a little bit.
Yeah, we'll figure something out. I've got some ideas. I'll just discuss them with you. I was like, for example, those what was it, YouTube Ultraman shorts or whatever. Like I had pre-ordered mine like a month and a half ago. I was supposed to get it a couple weeks ago, but I don't know if it's just because so many people order them. I'm not going to get mine until like January 23rd, 25th, somewhere in there. So it's just like, okay, now I'm waiting a month and a half longer for that to show up from Mill Creek. But we got plenty of other things we can do. There's some other movie ideas. We still have 2 Jurassic World commentaries we could do to wrap that whole series up. With commentaries anyways, then we could do discussions later at a later time for those. But yeah, I mean, there's plenty of ideas and stuff. So, but right now we'll continue with Kamen Rider. So thank you so much for joining us. Hope you have a good, safe, wonderful holiday. Happy New Year. And we'll see you in 2025.
Oh, we'll see you guys next year.